supposed to be sending us a letter though. Nikki, you gave him a card, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but I haven't received anything yet.
Supposed to send something to us. Okay, so we'll be a request then, yeah. Just come up and talk to me after too. Any other additions? Councilor Stolberg?
I will approve the agenda as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Minute approval of our January 14th, 2020 regular County of Stettler number 6 council meetings.
I'll move that as printed, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just one note on that. It was to do with the fire invoice. It's not a big deal. There was a motion by Mr. Stolberg originally, and then there was a amendment to the motion to pay half. It's not a big deal. I'm not that concerned about it. They just got through, but it was an amendment to Mr. Stolberg's original motion. So it's not a big deal.
Any other questions, concerns? If not, all in favor? Carried. We'll have 2 delegations this afternoon coming in. No public hearings. So new business, request for decision in Lacombe County ICF, page 20.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Jessica speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is another requirement from the Municipal Government Act requiring that we enter into municipal collaboration framework. So we have the draft document attached to the request, and they're all very similar, all the agreements that we've adopted to date. So I don't know if you have any questions on this particular agreement.
Questions from anybody?
Mr. Chairman, just a comment that it seems like there's more in these things about dispute resolution than anything else. I've noticed in both, and all we've dealt with so far. So,
Yes.
was it a good omen or a bad omen?
Well, I guess that's covering off any, dispute that could arise. So.
Signs of the time, I guess, eh?
Any other questions or concerns? Okay. Councilor Grover?
I'll move it.
All in favor?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, are you moving option number 3?
Yeah, I was just going to ask what are we moving forward with?
Which option?
Option number 3 would require we don't need an additional intermunicipal development plan because we have one for the lake.
3. Yeah. All in favor? Opposed?
Just a question. There was a question or concern about signage on our Lacombe border. I don't know if that ever got resolved.
I'm not familiar with what the question or.
It was about the blue sign and they're not making sense, and it
residential signage then? Not okay.
Signage. So I'm not sure, is that something that should be dealt with on here? Lacombe basically said they sign different than we sign, and I'm not sure where that ever went.
And we haven't.
I was told to bring it up at ICF time.
Well, we haven't included anything as far as consistency with our signage, but
I won't hold up the process, but I think it's something that we definitely need to do. The ratepayer that has land on both sides of the county, of theirs and ours, but lives on the county side, her blue sign was not. It's actually Shree's ratepayer. It's not actually making any sense.
well, we can look into that and see what. So it's the property immediately adjacent to the boundary, then? Okay.
That was over a year ago, and I was told that we deal with it at ICF time.
Did he address it? I don't.
We had spoken to Lacombe about it, and they were pretty agreeable to work with whatever it was that they thought was necessary. It might have got dropped, but we can.
I think that's what they then they just said we'll deal with it at ICF time because they show their blue signs as a, like and I'm just gonna use an example, 38, 351, and then it should be 352 on the other side, but they are 38, 600 or something.
We can have Rich,
They weren't adjoining.
contact Macomb and see if we can sort that out with a recommendation to bring back to council.
Other than that, Mr. Chairman, I'm good. I won't hold up the process.
You don't wanna hold it up? Option 3.
That was option 3. We did vote, so everybody was in favor. You hadn't raised your hand. Were you in favor then, James? Okay. All carried.
All in favor.
Request for decision, Red Deer County ICF.
General, what you said, speaking of this also.
Thank you. So again, this is another somewhat similar, but there's always a little bit of just different clauses, but the end result is the same. It's an intermunicipal collaboration framework listing the agreements that we have with Red Deer County. And we did submit a request to the province to be exempt from this requirement because we only have the Red Deer River as our boundaries. But we were exempt from the intermunicipal development plan, but not the intermunicipal collaboration framework, which is Bill 25 is consistent with this regardless of our boundaries being a river. So the document is had a chance to peruse through.
Any questions or concerns on? Councilor Stolberg?
I will move option number 3.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 7.3, request for decision, Rural Crime Prevention Conference, page 35.
Chairman, this came out of the Rural Crime Committee, so I'm not sure if Councilor Neese wants to speak to this.
Yes. Last year we attended the Rural Crime Symposium, and we sent a counselor, which was me, and a community member, and also then our Lee Hartman, our CPO, attended the conference. This year we were putting in a request to just attend the 2 days. We looked at all the classes that were offered or sessions that were offered and found that the last 2 days would be most beneficial. It is a 4-day course, and Lee does have that option whether he wants to attend all 4 days. But our committee decided that the last 2 days would be an option to attend those two because that had the most rural component to it. We found it quite beneficial last year, learning from the sessions and also speaking with other areas and their ways in which they deal with some of their rural crime, and we actually did bring back some of those ideas to our crime prevention committee and use some of those. So the request is to send a counselor and a member of rural crime prevention to attend this conference.
I don't remember getting a report back from last year, so I'm a little bit confused if we got feedback for that. Neither said. I'm cautioning whoever goes. But would it be advantageous to send the other counselor that sits on this particular, since Ms. Neitz went last year, I'm just wondering if we should send the other counselor this year, just to get a different view or a perspective on it. Just my thoughts on that.
We never budgeted any money for the rural crime committee, so to say, in our budget. So I'm just a little uneasy about this because I think we should have, because our budget's tight as it is. It's going to be tighter. We got the farm dust the other day. There's going to be another $600,000 tighter than we'd thought so before. So I don't know. We have to draw the line someplace. If one of our peace officers want to go, well, fine. But I think we should maybe hold back. This is my own personal opinion. hold back on some of the other things, because we have really not budgeted anything for that rural crime committee. I guess a few bucks to get it started, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, maybe through to administration, what is the budget for the rural crime committee?
I'd have to pull it up, I can't remember.
$5,000 a year for rural crime prevention, which includes all of their initiatives. Does that sound right? So we can double check that, but that would include things like the trade show, the magnets we had done last year came out of that budget.
We were over budget last year, weren't we?
Because of the magnets.
Which that I found out you cannot text the magnet and they don't phone you back. Just so everybody knows, you cannot text that phone line. You have to actually phone it. No, the county
Number.
It looks like a cell number, but it's not. I was informed this morning that that it wasn't. So the only thing is, did we not get a report back from one of your meetings when you met with Lacombe and another municipality, and they're putting like $1,000 into there. So we already are at a high amount on this, are we not?
They put in $1,000 to the Rural Crime Watch, which is totally separate from the county. They choose to attend that Rural Crime Watch, so that isn't even the same as ours. It's separate.
So that was a different.
Yeah.
So what do they budget? Like, what are other municipalities budget? The only reason I ask is because I was talking to Wainwright, and they run no CPOs at all. They're not running any. So their thought pattern is that it's a clear issue of downloading on the crime prevention should be the RCMP, because at the end of the day, ours are community peace officers, not criminal investigators. So they are of that. I had that conversation with Bob Grass. So I'm just wondering what the thoughts were, because I guess the return on investment is something too. Like I understood this meeting was, or this particular group was to get feedback from the ratepayers of the county of Stettler, what they were asking for, not a top-down approach of councillors and our CPO telling them what we should be doing. So, not that it shouldn't be a two-way street, but I would like more feedback from the individual ratepayer of what they're seeing, what they need, and what they need to, or what they would prefer to see done. So.
Yeah, this committee was made up because of requests from our county ratepayers, and that's why it was made. And doing the coffee with the cop, our ratepayers have really appreciated that, because we bring on our peace officers, our RCMP, and the members at large in the different areas, and they really appreciate that. And that's come from their request to this committee, then the committee organizing it and going out. I know Lee can attend this out of his own budget, which he can do. I was going to offer to not stay at a hotel, because I can stay at my son's place, so that would cut the county cost. If Lee sends 3 people, it's cheaper than just him going by himself, because he gets that rate if you have 3 or more, and that's where the cutoff line was. Unfortunately, Mr. Nixon wasn't there that night for that discussion, so we didn't, wasn't able to get his opinion, but that was one reason why send 3. You get a counselor view and you get a board member view, and then you bring back those ideas back to the table. And that's why we're doing the trade fair, to get out and talk and some of those ideas, and let members know, and putting out pamphlets, what CPO does, sheriff does, RCMP, and then talking to the community as they go through, and so they can talk to us back too. So it's all about communication.
The only thing, and I have no problem with the coffee from the cop. I think that was kind of initiated by Sergeant Penny at the original time, but that's all good. I don't mind that. But I'd like to get the feedback, what we heard. Again, and I don't mean to belittle the point, but it's really been a top-down situation. I want to know, as this council, what that committee is hearing from from the general public. When originally that came out, that was the whole idea behind it, was because, and that was before this council, when we first originally thought about doing the crime committee, we wanted to find out from the general public what they wanted us to do. We only had, at that time, one CPO. We got some feedback that maybe it should be 3 CPOs or 2 CPOs. After the fact that most of them found out that they aren't crime, they are traffic and bylaw, they were saying, well, maybe that's not the direction we want to go. I want more feedback from the general public is what I'm asking, I guess, and I haven't seen that yet, so.
Mr. Nixon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think our commit, pardon me? I think our committee needs to do a bit of a strategic plan because we've just been sort of going along with just a few suggestions. So I think we need to know what our plan is for reaching the people or for reducing rural crime, if that might be the case. And it certainly isn't going to happen with the 300 extra police officers that we will get zero of. And at quite a cost to our county too. I think it's $140,000 this April, and then up to maybe close to $500,000 by the end of a 3 or 5 year time, I suppose. Is that correct, Yvette? It's going to be substantial anyway.
Yeah, yes.
The cost with no added help from the police. So I think we need to do some kind of a strategic plan, and it has to be. I guess it has whatever the committee comes up with will have to be approved by council, because at the end it's our budget, the people of the county of Stettler, that have to support this. So I think it's we need something. We need a direction to be headed in.
I attended the coffee with a cop meeting in Bymore, and I thought the idea was good. The people appreciated, the people coming from the detachments down, but there was nobody from the Rural Crime Committee there. And the concerns I heard time and time again, I heard many times, is the format was one-on-one. So there's like 3 or 4 tables of folks, and they spoke with them one-on-one. But nobody heard the answers, nobody heard the questions. So everybody was sitting there at their table chatting about the weather and the farming, waiting for the person to come to their table, and then they would ask their questions. But none of the other tables heard the questions or the answers. So they were thinking the format would be better if it was a public type, or whatever you would call it, a format where all the questions were asked aloud, and everybody heard the question, everybody heard the answer for the information sharing piece of it. So that was just, and my other comment was, I think when we set this rural crime committee up, it was a knee-jerk reaction. We were having a lot of crime in the rural areas, and it seemed like the logical thing to do. But I do struggle with the committee now, wondering exactly what they accomplished, because, when the county upped our protective services staff to 3, we've seen results. When the MPC worked with RCMP on stop work orders to help with the problem at 601. We've seen results, but I didn't see the involvement of the committee. Everybody in this county, everybody on this council is fully aware of rural crime. They're fully aware where to call if you've got an issue. So I'm just wondering, I think it was great to start it up and get the ball rolling, but I just don't know, is this a committee we're going to have in this county forever and ever, amen? Or is it just something that was a pilot project to see what we could accomplish, and then once everything is set with our employees and stuff, just let it roll? I think it's good to have coffee with a cop continue, but I think our protective services people could organize that with the RCMP and the communities, because like I say, there was nobody from Rural Crime Committee at the meeting anyway to hear any of the feedback. So that was just my thoughts.
Yeah, I think the copy with the cop would be a great thing. I think it should be in a public setting. I think it should have a person should go and ask a question into the mic and all that. But crime prevention is nothing new to Alberta. And with the amount of crime that we have here, I like the word, it's crime prevention, so that we can, how can you make it so that you don't get robbed, or how do you make it so that you're least likely to get robbed? And I know you can't use a gun, but I think the committee is in the right way. So if you want the committee to go in a different direction with just RCMP and none of our officers, well, then that's what we should decide on. But we should sit down and have a meeting, or we should have a talk over this way, which way the majority of the people at the table want us to go.
So I hope Mr. Nixon doesn't take this the wrong way, but, I struggle with doing a strategic plan and blowing this up into, we've spent already a very large amount of money. We've over budgeted on this particular, and I do try to hold within the budget of anything that we do. We've over budgeted. Now we've come with another request. Either we set the budget at a mark that covers what we're doing, and exactly what you were saying earlier, it was knee jerk, and it's kind of been, well, we're going to spend $10,000. Oh, we're going to budget 5,000. Oh, 8,000, and then it's been all over the mark. We haven't really set out what we should do. I look at return on investment and terms of reference versus a whole strategic plan. What do we want this committee to do? I think just by the conversation we've had here, there's at least 5 different opinions of what we want this committee to do, and I'm not so sure we've done a good job of setting out the parameters of what we want them to do, and what and where and how we want to see that take place.
Well, this committee came from our ratepayers, and that's why we started it up originally. And to answer Les's question, that conversation was had at that table that night about people's concerns and how they felt, how it went, because they would like some kind of presentation. So we made that change that night, that from now on we are going to do a presentation with RCMP and our CPOs at the first, just so everyone can hear the conversation and the questions. So we did hear that loud and clear that night, and that conversation will change with our next meeting that we're going to be having out in Botha. So yeah, we heard that. And you can't change rural crime overnight, and it is a complicated issue because we're working with the RCMP. They do attend. We were able to talk to our sergeant that night, and so they're attending. Our CPOs are attending and giving us information so that we can turn around and give it back to the public, and then we can listen to the public too and hear what they want, which is reduction in rural crime. And that's a really hard issue. That's really hard to solve because that's what our RCMP and CPOs are trying to do right now. So,
my question is, why can't our protective services people organize the coffee with cops? Why do they need a committee besides?
Well, it originally came from the committee. So with the conversations with the CPOs, and then we went out and did it. So that's where it originated, was at the table. Yeah.
That in this thing, and he suggested that we do it, and then it was brought back.
Either way, we've got it rolling now.
Yeah.
Why do we need a committee to keep something rolling that our staff can keep rolling?
Yeah, they can continue to do the CPO. It's about having those conversations and reducing crime. I know Lee Hardman is trained in what's it called, CTEP. Yeah, and we're having conversations about going out in the communities and training people on that, because he is officially trained.
I took the introduction course 7 years ago, and it's more rural. Unfortunately, it is more rural or urban based than it is rural based. You're going to find that the rural guys want to close it up, where CTEP guys want to open it up. I don't want them looking at my stuff.
I guess one thing I just would like to input from that committee is that they do recognize they're running a very limited budget for the trade fair. Like, it's all volunteer shifts. There's been a note put out that it's volunteer shifts, and the whole purpose of that was to get comments back from our community people. We have our open houses. We have just a few people attend. The coffee with a cop, maybe we need to have a sheet that people sign in on, but those people did volunteer our people are volunteering to put their time in without per diems or anything else. So the people on that committee do recognize how limited it is. Last year, they had their big thing with the magnets, which came through our council. This year, their big thing that did come up, and they thought how they could maybe communicate better, was with the trade fair and get some of the other agencies there. So that, therefore, that reduces a minimal budget very quickly.
Well, all I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that if that's going to be the budget on this, and we as a council need to pull our heads out of our proverbial keisters and say that that's the budget.
It has to be bigger, or
Either it's big. Nothing burns me more than when we do, and this is the reason that it needs to change. The simple fact is that this should not be the conversation of this. We set the budget. We have that most important job to set the budget, and then whatever department it is lives within the parameters of that budget. It is unfair for any committee or any particular department to come to us and say, without having a set reason that this was an emergency situation. The fact that we did this last year should have been in the budget this year, right? There should be no question about that. Somebody dropped the ball on this, and I'm not going to say who or what, or I'm not trying to blame. I mean, maybe we all dropped the ball. We should have looked at it a little closer and said that we should have increased the budget. Is it a budgeted item? Yes. Okay. Hands up. I've already discussed this at budget time. Instead of making this discussion about what the committee terms of reference are, having a strategic plan or whatever, it should be simply making the point of, yes, it's in a budget. We've already discussed it at budget time. We're moving forward. Unfortunately, that's not what we have here. This is an unscheduled item.
I guess I did mean when we did a strategic plan or whatever we see as the future of our protective services and the committee, because we're funding it. I think we have to, as a council, we have to decide what kind of what we see for the future of our CPOs. I mean,
You took it personally.
no, that's what I meant. No, I haven't taken it personally yet, but I may do. And the committee, I think probably was a good idea to get started. Get some feedback from the rural people but I fail to see after the initial few meetings what good it actually does to meet every so often. I mean, the CPOs, now that they've got, like has been mentioned 2 or 3 times here, now that they've had a meeting or two under their belts, and some of these coffee with the cops. And by the way, the one in Denelda went very well because people were unsure of what to do. So I introduced the 2 people, one from Bashaw, Sergeant from Bashaw, one Sergeant from Stettler, both able to speak at length, and they each did a presentation, and people asked lots of questions, and it worked very well. So I do agree that that's probably the way that it should move. But I just think that we don't need our CPOs going on the few paved secondaries and handing out traffic tickets. We need them to go out on the gravel roads and to the communities and stop in and introduce themselves to the people and talk about the program of crime prevention through environmental design and a few things like that. And they're quite capable of doing that. Just make their presence known. And it's my own personal opinion, but I know we strayed away from the subject a little bit, but I think this needs to be discussed.
costs for the CPO, they are not included in this budget, they have a separate budget for themselves. It's like, I would look at making a motion that we send, our Councillor Cherie Needs, and she had suggested that she possibly stay at a relative of hers in Edmonton to try and keep costs down as much as possible, whether that is well enough for her or not, or whether it is doable. It's an option of whether you wish to go that route. We pay for the registration for you and for the family job.
Mr. Chairman, our policy is that if somebody goes and this council makes that decision, they get the hotel room. I don't think that it's something that, we ask somebody to start pitching a tent up wherever they're going to be there. And our policy is that if you are allowed to go, you're allowed to go. It's just the way that it is. That's how democracy works, Ernie. If we as a whole decide that she should go or Wayne should go, my suggestion is that you send the other committee member this time because one's already been. But that, again, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not worried about it. But if the policy is that you go, the policy is that the hotel is paid and taken care of.
And then, I think the request was for a board member. What does your motion say about a board member? Okay.
We might be going through the year, and at the end, there could be something a little bit more important to go to. I would assume keep that money available.
Councillor Nyberg?
I would rather see the board member go. I mean, what you're saying to the public is that we don't care about their input. Again, getting back to the top-down motion, if you want to send somebody cheaper, I mean, if it becomes about economics, the board member is cheaper than a councillor to go, per diem wise. I'm just saying, it'd be better to send a board member, in my opinion.
Councillor Nates and then Councillor Grover.
I don't care who you send, but just a note to keep the cost down. Their cost was lower if you sent 3 or more. If you sent 2, it'd be higher. Just a note.
Not on a total basis. You only
No, not on a total basis, but yeah, just to note that.
Yeah.
So I don't care who you send. I just want to note that.
Councillor Grover.
I'm with the motion to send 3 and 1 board member. And it can be any of the board members.
Is that a motion, Mr. Grover?
Well, or what was yours there, Ernie? Ernie's was to send just Cherie, right? Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, I'm good with that. Forget what I said. Move on.
Any other questions?
So could you let us know what the motion is on the table, Mr. Chairman?
The motion is to send Councillor Needs to the session. I guess then we would be paying both full registration for her and for Mr. Hardman. With that change, and it would be, I guess it would be her choice what she does for accommodation.
I mean, policy states that it would be that way.
Other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Nyberg, Stolberg, and Nixon opposed.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a motion that we ask the Rural Crime Committee to bring back a terms of reference of what their committee is and what it should be, have them review it. I don't know when their next meeting is, but I think we need to have that discussion from those people, whether or not they even think that this is something that needs to continue. I think we need to, the idea behind this was to consult and try and engage the public.
What is your motion then?
That we ask that committee bring back a terms of reference and review, if they have a terms of reference, review the terms of reference. I don't want to go with a full-out strategic plan. And if, with that terms of reference, are they thinking that this is something that, maybe they have some input that we're missing? They're the, as it were, the boots and the troops
Questions on that motion? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, 7.4, purchase mower trailer, page 37.
So, Mr. Chairman, this originally was approved in the budget, but as current practice, we bring back all capital purchases to council for final approval.
I have postponed all other capital purchases after waiting for the end of the month to get the balance of our assessment in. So I have the actual final figures of what more we have to cut out of our budget. I just want to take a sober second look, but this trailer was put on the budget for safety reasons for our mowing crew. So at this time, we suggested that we bring it forward. So Rick, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And
I'll have Rick speak to it, please.
So the history on this, and I've been struggling with it for a couple of years now, is our existing mowing trailer tows two mowers that are essentially about 2,200 pounds each. And the trailer is massive, requiring, what we've tried to focus on in the past is heavier trucks trying to tow it, but the overall hitch weight on the trucks and everything else is just unmanageable. And you know, we're hauling way too much truck around to move a couple of small mowers. So when that trailer was originally purchased, it was spec'd out poorly. I think they focused on deck size more than they did about making sure it was balanced properly. So for this operation, you know, last year we tried putting an equalizer bar on the trailer and had very little effect. So we've gone to the effort of speccing out sort of over the winter this year exactly what it's going to take to haul those mowers correctly. We've worked with Lee and Clint a little bit on weighing things up and determining hitch weights and axle weights and everything else with what we have, and we've come up with the trailer that's recommended on there, which is not the lowest price one, but is the best balanced. And believe it or not, we can tow our trailer or our mowers quite well with a half ton if we want to. So all the oversized stuff that we've had in the past, and the hitch weight being an issue and whatnot, we can get away from by making this move, and it will be a lot safer as they're moving down the road, and we don't have to oversize the whole thing. So the issue with the other trailers that are on there, their standard engineering on their layout for the trailer places their axles back farther on the deck, which increases the hitch weight. And we're looking for something with better balance. And there was about a 16-inch difference on the lowest price trailer. And if they did custom make something for us to balance it better, you're basically paying for all the engineering and redesign on top of that. So even though that lowest price one, we could probably make it work. It's probably going to double the hitch weight on the trailer, still probably within legal limits for a 3/4 ton, but not the half ton. This makes the most sense to me. It is still a heavy duty trailer. It's got the heavier axles underneath it, but the overall weight and how it impacts the truck is going to be much better. That's sort of the long and short of the history anyways. It's been a safety issue for a while.
The 12 trailer, like, how does it tilt?
What do they call that? Electric over hydraulic tilt deck on it. So there is a controller, I guess, that will pull the deck back down. So the whole deck tilts up. You drive up and on, and then you pull it back down with the, what do you call that thing? The cylinder and whatnot, the activator that controls it. Yeah.
Councilor Grover?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman, with the old trailer.
Undecided at this point, but I just wanted off that mower so that we don't have an incident. There is some talk about seeing if it's appropriate for putting our second skid steer on it or something, but from what I've seen of where the axles sit on it and everything else, it's not made for this application or any that we really have, so it may end up in the sale this year.
That would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
The trailer in the sale brings a lot of money.
Even the empty trailer puts a ton of weight on the back of a truck, and there's something wrong with the whole balance on that thing. So.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Request for decision 7.5, 4-H Beef Intermediate Award of Excellence, page 38.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is something that the county has participated in now for, I think, about 3-4 years. Actually, I think originally came from a request from the Big Valley Club. It takes some staff time and Nikki's expertise because she organizes most of it, but the kids seem to appreciate it. We get a lot of great comments, but we've put it forward for you to consider again this year. Funds could be taken out of the Rural Development Fund, maximum, I think, $400. Nikki, including the prizes or gifts that we give them. And usually the counselor in the area attends the banquet and gives out the
Yeah, I would like to move that county again sponsor this 4-H with the option number 1, $400, and conduct the interviews process here again. And I think I've sat on the interview committee a few times, and I'd be willing to do that again.
Any questions or concerns?
Question to Mr. Stolberg, would you want to take that from the Rural Development Fund?
Oh, yes, from rural development for sure.
I think it's a great idea, unless that's on the committee, and then whatever area is hosting it this year, that's the council that gives out the donation. Wonderful, great idea.
Any other questions? Councilor Gender?
Hosting it, Jerry.
Actually, Erskine, I think.
Erskine is.
Is it Erskine this time?
Erskine, Amanda Hostings.
There isn't a Stettler Club, actually. There isn't a Stettler Club. It's Erskine and Big Knife and
Big Valley.
Weimar.
More or Big Knife.
So Erskine, we have basically 2 counselors in that area, so I guess we could either send both of you or one of you could volunteer, or you could have a runoff.
Jury too, so
Actually, I am fine with that, absolutely.
we're both in that area, so I would feel.
Amanda is my neighbor, so, and I'm actually doing tonight I have to do 4-H public speaking for their club tonight, so it's no issue for me.
Councilor Stolberg?
I was just going to suggest, because so many times there's conflicting events, if we've got 2 possibles, by the last minute, I guess between those 2, they can decide who's free and who's not free, sort of thing.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 7.6, request for decision, re-ATCO meeting, page 41.
Andrew, you took the call
Call from ADCO, correct? They just kind of out of the blue gave us a call and requested a meeting with council. They've offered to
Lunch, I believe, yeah.
I think it would be a great idea to talk to them about what any major projects they may have running through the area. One of the other issues is the franchise tax in the rural, which I think we could have a good conversation about.
Had a chance to have that discussion. I know council's had it a bit at your table, and
Could, Mr. Chairman, get Kent, can't remember his last name with ATCO. If he could be at that meeting would be awesome.
the Stettler office, or is he somewhere?
No, he's out of I think he's out of Edmonton or Calgary, but I gave his contact information to get in touch with him on the franchise fee. Considering our time and it's an important time to speak of that.
So they're looking for some dates.
How long of a session did they figure it would be? Can we tie it to?
Well, they wanted to host lunch, so I'm thinking, you could have a conversation, start over lunch, and maybe an hour after to tighten some things up.
One of our Wednesday afternoons, we could back up the MPC meeting to 2 o'clock, as long as you give them notice, and then you could carry that through there.
Mr.
you like us to suggest the March MPC meeting?
As long as, Mr. Chairman, again, if the MPC could back up the, they just have to put in notice that it doesn't have to be at 1 o'clock. They just have to be ready to know that the notice of the meeting goes out and that let everybody know it'll be a 2 o'clock meeting.
March MPC.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nixon. Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, council technology refresh, page 42 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to comment on this much other than
That we do not have a policy developed on this, but we do have some iPads that were budgeted and scheduled to be replaced last year, and we do have iPads that are giving council a lot of problems. So our IT department would like to move on this, but the discussion is up to you.
I'm going to start off this one, Mr. Chairman. Well, I had trouble with my iPad, so I got my electric grill, stove bolts, duct tape. Mine's good for another 2 years. Thank you.
You're gonna lose your job, Andrew.
Okay, I'm bureaucrat now.
Cool.
It was the case on mine. It was the only thing wrong with it. The iPad works great.
Mr. Stolberg.
Just a question to administration, is the plan to replace them all or just the ones that are faulty or having problems?
I'm looking for that guidance right now. We can do either. The one trick with the as-needed approach we did, originally at the start of this term, we were just starting our 4-year budget, so we did the $14,000 for the election year, and we did a full refresh, and then we budgeted 2 years later for another full refresh. So if we only did a portion of them, we would have to budget for, an indeterminate amount next year that may or may not need to be replaced. So it's just, you're playing the guessing game. I mean, we're not talking huge amounts of money here. I think the total budget's $14,000, but
I think 14,000 is a lot of money considering we're in a tough economic time. I think 14,000 is a lot of money.
But if you've got 2 that need to be replaced next year, kind of thing, that's you're looking at.
Typically, when you have after an election year, when you get sometimes new councils and members and stuff, typically isn't that the time you replace them all? Or
we have. It's just that 4-year terms really screwed us. The iPads could sometimes mostly last, and we could make it through 3 years. We could push through 3 years really well. Pushing through 4 years is a lot harder. Unfortunately, I mean, the iPads are great because they're super simple consumer devices, but they are consumer devices. They don't quite hold up to the reliability we like to see over 4 years, which is why we had originally, I mean, it was no illusion to us. We budgeted to replace them after 2 years back in 2017, I guess was the first budget we showed that.
Councilor Nixon.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that if a iPad or iPhone fails in the next 2 years, that it be replaced. Other than that, if everything goes, I think we leave it status quo. That's my motion.
Yeah, I was noticing like Wayne's falling apart and stuff, and mine's been crashing from day one. And so I know I've been fighting with mine from day one. They're crashing all the time. So it wasn't
a warranty on it.
yeah. So it wasn't really on my keyboard doesn't like to charge, but so I'm concerned about the apps being able to update it too, because usually with these apps, if your device gets too old, then the apps aren't able to update. That's another consideration for all of council to think about, but our IT department will know when that happens. So.
Yeah, this one here, sometimes it forgets its password. But then sometimes
That might be the operating system. Might be the operating system, Dave.
I don't think so. But it's an old computer, I think, or an old iPad, because it's an
a little absent-minded too, but I think Wayne, and I think Wayne should get a new one. I want to sit here with that. Works, that red green thing. But anyhow, yeah, no, this one here, it does that once in a while. And I couldn't fix it at home, so then I gotta come in and see Ann. Of course, I like business, nice fellow, but I don't want to all the time.
Counselor Gender?
Wayne's motion, is that at the discretion of Andrew, administration, whether they can work with it or not?
Yeah, certainly that would be, I would include that in my motion. I guess he's the guy that knows whether we're going
Need to be replace them. That would be. So what you're telling Andrew, if they need to be replaced, replace them.
Well, I guess the motion sort of speaks to that. If they need
Good.
replacing, and that would be the person I would recommend for advice. If it needs replacing, well, replace it.
Just to Mrs. Neats's thought about the apps, if you do your software updates, that's one nice thing about the Apple product. They go a long time without having that problem. There are some other software operating systems that have issues with that. Apple makes it, like you said, you do the software update, the apps work because of what they're doing. That's just part of their deal. I don't necessarily think we have to worry about budget. Whatever you have remaining, like I would hate for somebody to continually every year get a new iPad just because. That has to be Mr. Grishik's decision that he's had to deal with this over and over. But keep the $14,000 in the budget, and if you replace Wayne's iPad this year, sucks to be him. He doesn't get one for next year. He's got to force through. I don't think we should spend all $14,000 on one counselor, unless it's outside our control. But there has to be some warranty too with it. Mine's working great. I do refreshes and it works.
My products work well, and I was hoping to stretch them a year and a half, just because I know our budget's so tight, and to just help the bottom line of budget for the ratepayers. If they don't have to spend it on me, I would just assume they didn't, sort of thing.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Nyberg. Okay, request for decision, Gadsby signing authority, page 43.
So, Mr. Chairman, with the
Village of Gadsby officially becoming a hamlet in the county of Stettler as of February 1st, the official administrator lost all his powers at midnight on the 31st of January. Therefore, we need signing authorities, which technically they are the county of Stettler counts. So the signing authorities would be as per the county of Stettler. And we just need a motion for the county to approve.
Counselor Stobart,
I will make that motion.
questions, comments? Counselor Grover.
Question, what did he turn into?
A pumpkin.
Pumpkin or mice or what?
Any other questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Counselor Nyberg was absent. Okay. Number 9, agenda items, greater disposal, 9.1, page 44.
So the
Mountain View County request, are we waiting for an actual
Where?
request, or did we put that somewhere else? I thought it was on 7.9.
No, that was the agenda addition that had been proposed at the.
Okay, it's not
What number is that?
7.9.
Yeah, it's not actually, that was the agenda addition, for the cancer donation, was that actually added to?
They're gonna wait for the letter.
We're gonna wait till the letter come in.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah, so number 9, agenda items, greater disposal, page 44.
Yes, we're just looking for some direction from council. Rick, if you'd like to speak to this.
So we're getting close to the need to start marketing the graders that we're going to have for sale this year. In the past, from what I understand, a lot of any of the sales have simply just gone up to the Ritchie Brothers auction. With the current status of the procurement policy and whatnot and trade agreements, I want to make sure that we have a conversation about how we want to do things rather than just send them in one direction. I have been getting contact from other auction houses and whatnot about wanting to sell things for us, and in the past we've also sent one or two pickups, I think, to places other than Ritchie Brothers, but you want to get the best coverage and right forum for things. Also, we've had Finning suggest that we run a consignment through them and let them market them for us for a fee that sounds like it's similar, subject to us working out the details on paper with them, to auction fees, if not a little bit less. And I've also talked to another outfit out down in Lethbridge that is quite interested in doing some marketing for us as well on those things and taking them as a consignment. Both Finning and them seem to have a bit of a different reach in the market, so there seem to be some pretty good idea that maybe a couple go one direction, a couple go the other direction on consignment initially, and see how they do. And barring that, we can always hit a sale later in the year if we want to, and just take them out to auction. One of the issues as well, if we do decide to do an auction, is the process, I guess. And I noted in the bottom of the memo I sent to Vet that our policy states that, a vet gets to approve the process. You have to approve any sales. So the process of how we engage an auction house, I guess, when it gets down to that, would we prefer that we run a request for proposal, fees and things like that? Or, auctions are very coverage based, right? What their audience is and how you move things. You guys probably know more about that than I do, but it's definitely something we want to get best value for. So I wanted to have that conversation and see if I can get some direction on how you want us to go forward with it.
Finning, or Ritchie Brothers is 20%. The other ones are 20% too, for selling it?
The initial indication was closer to 10%, but that'll definitely be a workout once I engage more conversation on it.
Of organization, are they?
Pardon me?
How reputable of an organization are the ones?
Finning? That's Finning taking them as a consignment.
And that's 10% on consignment.
And once again, that's a
20%. And the other outfit in Lethbridge is 10%.
We haven't gone to the details of the numbers yet. The information so far in just general conversations has been in that ballpark. If they come back with more than 20% for Ritchie Brothers, that's a different conversation. But we haven't engaged the conversation deep enough yet to set the rates and whatnot. Because I didn't want to get everybody excited until we had a conversation. But the initial indications were closer to the 10 instead of the 20 for the auction houses.
Okay, Councilor Nyberg.
When you talk about consigning, are they going to be physically in our area, or are we actually physically taking them to another location?
To be determined, but my feeling was, based on what I've discussed with them, that they sit in our yard, they know they're marketing them, they come down and value them, take pictures of them, and use their contacts. And if they need to bring somebody down to look at it, they will. But I don't intend to go sit on somebody else's yard unless that's absolutely necessary. That said, I was going to take them out of service because I don't need something else breaking on them that we got to fix either. So.
I have went through Finning and it was a straight 10%. It stays in the yard until it goes.
It is in their yard? Okay.
In our own yard.
In our yard, yeah.
Pictures and then they just send them along. But at least you know that it's going to be a strict 10% at the auctions once the block is down. From hell or high water, you don't know what it's going to be. We've also got some mounds of dirt out there by the shop. Why don't we put a grader up on there and so just specify it's only the grader for sale, not the building either.
Yeah. And we have advertised on our website before with the two that we proposed for sale a couple of years ago, and nothing came of that. I don't think people are necessarily shopping for that type of equipment in that environment, but you want to get the reach out there for sure. But what I don't want to do is just automatically in our process exclude, other places. If it's an auction preference you have, or if it's, the consignment, you want to make sure that we're doing something that suits everybody's purpose. My biggest concern when we talked about this last year, we were going to go to auction with the one grader. How best in your mind to procure the auction house, because there's so many differences in reach and audience. It's not just about commission when you ask them for submissions, right? So it gets to be a little dicey. And I know in your world you can just pick one and go. In our world, I want to make sure we're following our policies and our general intentions correctly.
In that we've got the highway exposure on 50.
I can definitely move them out close to the fence and put for sale signs in them for sure.
Mr. Chairman, I just, as much as we always do, we become the butt of the joke when we do that. I'm not 100%. That to me, it becomes a double-edged sword, because as soon as somebody doesn't get their road graded, apparently you're selling take a picture on Facebook that we're selling all our graders. I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Gender, but I caution some of the public view of it, so.
Councilor Stolberg.
Yeah, no, I like the commission or the consignment route first as a first choice, because you know basically what you're going to get. Whereas if you take it to a public auction, you're at the mercy of the day and the market and everything. So I think that's the best first step, is to go with a consignment and with Finning, say. And I think I'd be prepared to make that motion that we sell them through consignment. And I think that being said, if in the end they don't get a buyer for it, we always have the option of auction, and I think our administration is qualified to pick an auction place that they think will give us the biggest exposure.
Councilor Nixon. I think maybe we're putting the cart before the horse, because I guess it's our CEO's prerogative to choose process. If you get an offer, then it comes to us whether to accept it or not. Is that correct?
Yeah, the way the policy is written, you have to approve anything over 5,000 on the sale, and it was written that she approves the process, but at the same time, the process when we're dealing with these kind of dollars, I think, is a bigger conversation. If we all have an opinion. The general idea I had was to take the two that I've talked to that are very keen on selling graders, since we have 4, maybe 5 to sell, is 2 each, and one gets moved, that guy gets the 5th one if we move it, and see if we can move them. If they don't move by into July, then we start looking at hitting the September auction before snow flies, kind of a thing, to go that route, because we do want to dispose of them this year. Budget's based on it.
What's the matter with, like, if you got this guy in Lethbridge, he lists them, Cat lists them, the first person that sells them and gets a check in your hand is the guy that ends up selling it.
And we can look at that as well, if that's a preference.
On a house, then you got
conversations.
As hard as you can, because they're gonna get 10% of whatever the grader is and it don't matter. I don't care who buys them, as long as we make sure we get the money, and we know dealing with Finning or John Deere and them, we're going to get the money. The other guys, some of them have quite a reputation. Want to get the money from them, I don't care.
So in the process, how do we determine the value? Part of the deal is anything that we sell has to be sold for fair market value. At an auction, that is fair market value. If you have 2 bidders on an auction day, that is the fairest price you'll ever get.
On the day.
And that's all we have to, that's been always our out, as it was as council. We sold it for fair market value on the day. It's been our out. How are we going to determine the price of these for consignment and say that that's a fair market value?
Both of the outfits that I've talked to have offered to come and do valuations on the units, and hopefully they're close in their own assessments of where they're at, which will determine the asking price essentially. I've already checked all the past auctions in the last year for the machines that we're gonna be moving, and I'm a little unimpressed with some of the results for similar machines. So it tells me the market could be a little bit low, which is why I wouldn't mind going to that reach of where they know people are looking to buy things that may not be wanting to buy at an auction, that the consignment might be the way to go. We might get better value that way, but.
I guess my question is, and to clarify a little bit, how do we mitigate or fix the problem that we have to sell it at? I get that these guys are gonna do evaluations, that's cool, but their evaluation doesn't release us from selling at fair market value. Finning could come in and say, yeah, it's worth $10,000. I don't know if that's fair market value. That's what they're saying it's worth. That's not what, all that has to happen is somebody comes in, a day after and say, well, I would have given you $15,000 for that unit.
That's why I watch the auction sales, because I'm trying to find our machines with similar years that I want to sell that have been sold. So you look at the past sales, that's going to give us a gauge on where we're sitting in recent times, not necessarily the day, right? But at the same time, your reach on a consignment, these should be fairly wide.
The question through to administration, not to Rick. Sorry, Rick. I don't know. It's not about the value of the product. I'm worried about the process. How are we going to make sure that the process is fulfilled, that we don't get our proverbial keister kicked later on for not selling a product for fair market value?
I think we put these things on consignment, we're gonna be very honest about what we're looking to get
for them, and that we have a minimum price of $125 in our budget for each one. And that's what we're gonna urge whoever we deal with, we want 125 or more.
But does that mitigate us saying that that's fair market value? Who's making the determination of 125? Typically, if we sell land or something, we would have a appraisal come in
and that's from research done by Rick at budget time, by going out to Ritchie Brothers and Finning and a few other, and getting an idea of what these graders are worth, what the hours, and the repairs that have been done to them.
that covers us legally.
I feel confident with his.
Okay, no, that's all I wanted to know, is that the process is taken care of.
And we do that at budget time.
One other point to add to that, we're actually not for dispositions other than land. We actually aren't required to dispose for fair market value. There's not a legal requirement. I mean, it's a good governance thing. Our policy doesn't cover it. But land is legally bound. MGA says all land fair market value, but other properties don't have the same restrictions.
I thought it stated anything over $50,000 was supposed to be.
No, I believe even the Northwest Trade Partnership Agreement it's $75,000 is the first limit on it, and it only actually addresses procurement by public bodies, not disposition.
Yeah, and that's the reason we always sent it to auction was that reason.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to try and get fair market value, and I mean, you look like you're gouging if you try to get more, even though I might like to, but we don't have a liability or an exposure.
No, that's what I would, thank you, Andrew, that's what I was looking for.
I'm good with Rick. He does his homework by going to checking on the sales stuff. 125 that's the average of them. But anytime that a county grader rolls through Ritchie's, that it has had all the work done to it. It has records of, yes, it's had the oil changed and it didn't run all summer with the same oil. Them graders usually and machines usually bring a premium. So I think at 125, I think whether the guys in Lethbridge or Pinning or whoever sells these, I think they'll have no problem selling them. And the $5,000 thing has to come back to council. It's a thing that was put in there years ago because a couple of pieces of machinery left here. There was about $80,000 to $100,000 left in those machines that could have been taken to give to the county.
And I guess that'll be a conversation if we do end up at sending something to auction. I'm not sure how much control we can place on it from our seat here once it goes that direction, where we got a lot of control on the consignment side. When we get an offer, we just bring it back and have that chat. So,
Councilor Gender?
We have two consigners, it's like an auction house. As long as they come in back within reasonable differences, I have no problems with that.
Councilor Stolberg has had the motion on the table. No other questions we've had.
Just the motion again. What do you have, Marlene? So, Mr. Chairman, I think, and through to Mr. Stolberg, do we want to handcuff the administration? I think I should say that administration has the ability to pick which they want. This is an administration deal, right?
But it just does say consignment.
It's not even just a consignment, that they have the opportunity to dispose of 4 to 5 determined by administration.
So then you're saying from our discussion, they've picked up the drift that we're interested in the consignment.
I think you have what we're an action item from us, correct?
Councilor Stolberg did say consignment, and if they didn't consignment, they could go to auction sale based on.
I did.
Really, it says that, so.
So I guess if we sell them, I guess, administration understands that we're quite keen on trying the consignment piece first. And then they, of course, have the option to roll it into an auction house if they don't sell. So if my motion, I guess, could just stick to authorizing administration to market the 4 graders, but.
I liked your first one.
You like it better? With
however, just that it gives them another portion of that they could sell it by.
You approve it anyway, right? We'll get the offer, so you approve it.
And if something's got to move fast, we can do it, potentially by a phone poll and whatnot, I guess as well, so.
As long as, the marketing, but do you have it now, Marlene?
Basically, I have consignment of 4 or 5 graders at the discretion of administration to determine the consigners, with an auction sale for those graders that remain on consignment.
Or remain unsold later in the year.
I think with the option. Wordsmith it with the option to sell by auction, and then it doesn't put a timeline on it.
So it gives some flexibility for sure. We don't want to
hamstring.
We might find it's prudent to even send one, to an auction in the spring, at the same time as well, and see how the numbers work out if we're getting feedback that there's not enough graders out there for sale through auction as well, so.
Mr. Gender?
It goes to an auction and that you don't end up taking the heat for it if it is going to be a reduced price. I don't want to see the burden being put onto administration because of that.
Well, and that's my worry is, our ability to put a reserve on it. I'm not sure whether or not that's going to handcuff us and whatnot down the road either, but from what I understand, that's an option anyway, so. But it's a lot of work to go through if you're not looking at just moving them, so.
Okay, any grader? All in favor? Carried.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 10, bylaws, 10.1, 1630-20 intermunicipal library board amendment for first, second, and third reading, page 45 of our package.
Mr. Chairman, this is being brought back to you because municipal affairs didn't like our main Stettler agreement with Denald and Big Valley. So I will let Andrew and Councilor Stolberg speak to this.
I can quickly introduce this. Yeah, so as Yvette indicated, we sent off as required our municipal agreement, intermunicipal library agreement bylaw, and the associated agreement to municipal affairs. They came back and they didn't like the part where we distributed the funding. Not that they disagreed with it fundamentally, they just didn't think that the intermunicipal library board agreement was the appropriate medium for it. They would prefer us to see instead a separate agreement with the newly established board to create such an agreement, which is fine. As far as our control of that money goes, we still have 100% control basically. If this new intermunicipal library board were for some reason to not want to release the 10% and the other 10% to Big Valley and Denalda respectively, and not enter into this agreement, we would simply withdraw their authority to claim
the provincial grant funding on our behalf, and we would distribute the funds. So we've typically just had this agreement in place because it reduces the bureaucratic onus here and just transfers it to the library and lets them deal with their stuff. So I have personally no concerns about such an agreement, the secondary agreement not being entered into. It was nice to have it in the intermunicipal library agreement. I thought that was a nice place for it. Municipal Affairs disagreed, and unfortunately we need the minister to put a stamp on it, so here we are.
Mr. Stolberg?
Yeah, like, as Andrew said, we included it in the original agreement because we didn't want the funding to be left out for Big Valley and Denalda. But, when the municipal government did not approve it that way, wanted it in a separate agreement, it's almost maybe to our advantage too to have it in a separate agreement, because as things change with villages being dissolved, if one of these villages should dissolve, then we'd have to open up and go through the bylaw process again. This way, we don't have to do that because it's in a separate agreement. We can just work the separate agreement from our end. We don't have to go through all these steps again every time a village should dissolve, if and when they do. But anyway, so in hindsight, maybe it is a better way to do it the way Municipal Affairs suggests, because it really makes no difference in the end. These libraries in Big Valley and Denalda will still be funded exactly the same either way, and with just as much guarantee. It's two agreements instead of one this way.
What if the town dissolves?
I will cross that bridge when we come to it.
As long as they get the same money, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not gonna affect the way they run their thing.
I'd like to move first reading, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
No. And then I will move it go to second reading.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
I'll move us to third reading, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Yeah, I was just gonna give third reading.
Third reading, all in favor? Carried. Reports, Chief Administrative Officer's report, page 61 of the package.
The first point in my report,
Nikki and Andrew wouldn't let me put what I wanted to put, so.
Which means we shouldn't talk about it.
To fluff it a little.
Any questions on, Councillor Stolberg?
I just had one question, I guess, for clarification on the recreation piece in here. Lorraine will be attending the Red Deer Sportsman Show to promote the Pheasant Festival. And I was just wondering, is that on the Pheasant Festival dime or the county dime?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lorraine and I both sit on the Pheasant Festival Committee as volunteers, not to do with the county of Stettler.
Oh, I see. Okay, good.
Two birds with one stone. Two pheasants with one stone.
Didn't really matter. It was just curious.
Absolutely. Not very funny.
No stone pheasants.
Any other questions? Councillor Grover?
This audit thing, how long does it go on? How many days, no, I wanna know, how many person hours there? I was gonna say man hours, but how many person hours does that take up when they do an audit in here, roughly?
The financial audits?
Yeah.
Well, we have to remember, we do 4 at one time, and we do them earlier than any other municipality, which doesn't cause us a lot of grief, and it works really well for us because it gets our books turned over quicker. We reset our computers, makes reporting a lot better for us. But yeah, it's a lot of work. So I don't know, it seems to be the main focus of our existence for, December, January, and while the auditors are here. Well, I'm speaking with you today at the council meeting. I've been multitasking, answering questions for the auditors. Yes. So, yeah.
What I'm saying is they're here, they seem like they're here a long time.
The auditors themselves sit in for about a week.
Yeah.
And and then they work at their office, they continue, it's the prep time on our end, that's really,
10 days?
they're in our building.
They have to check invoices, they have to check inventories. I mean, if we say there's 1,500 culverts, they're gonna go up, take a look. We say there's 14 graders, they're gonna go up and take a look. Like, they have to, because they report to the public, they have to make sure that our numbers are accurate.
A very good deal from them because of the amount of work our finance team does ahead of time. There's still, it's certainly a lot of personalities, but commendations to them.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna speak to too. Like, we're pretty prepared for the audit when the audit comes. But what about a county that really isn't? Like, I could imagine the amount
Our invoice reflects that.
Yeah, some counties are paying $60,000 a year for audits. They're also have tripping over auditors for 3 to 4 weeks. I should get Krista to bring the audit binders in. Our finance department prepares what we call audit binders. They have 4 of these ready when they come in on Monday. These binders are like this. And everything's gone through, double checked. I got writer's cramp for signing off on inventory and checking how it was counted, and I'm not the only one that checks it. Rick checks it, Kerry checks it, and Steve, who initiates the count, checks it.
I just brought that up, and for one reason is it's televised, and that, the public of the few that do watch this should know how many hours we spend and usually come up with a clean audit, and how time consuming it is.
It is.
Show up and sign it, check off one thing and you're done. Okay, thank you.
15th audit with the county of Stettler. First 2 years, we cleaned it up. We've had clean audits ever since.
Thank you. Counselor Nyberg.
Les, I think, was first.
I think the point here is that thanks to our staff having these audits prepared so well and so complete and clean, it does save the county ratepayers a lot of money in auditing fees, because if they had to go, the auditors had to go back time and time again for a lot of things that our staff had not provided, the auditing bill would be way higher than it is. So I think that's a credit to the staff we have preparing this.
Plus, we have a lot of history with Gitzo Gricci, which helps, right? Gitzo Gricci's been our auditor for years. That continuity is worth so much dollars-wise. They come in knowing what to look for. They know where to find it.
So just on page 69, it's the Regional Fire Department incident summary. There's a total of 20 calls. Is that both the town and the county department? I'm just wondering, because 7 alarm calls. Do we have many alarm calls in the county of Stettler?
We actually had one in Denelda.
Really?
And it was really nice that Troy was at home, and we were able to dispatch Troy out to deal with the alarm instead of sending the entire crew from Stettler. So yes, it is joint.
And the 2 vehicle fires, they are like motor vehicle fires, or would they have been tractors or something like that?
I think those are both motor vehicles.
Usually they're motor vehicle fires, and they happen more than you think.
Yeah, no, trust me, I know. I'm just wondering, that's why I was wondering.
Any other questions on the CAO report? Counselor Stolberg?
I will move the CEO report.
All in favor? Carried. Financial reports, account payable register and bank reconciliation, December 31st, 2019, page 142 to 148. Counselor Nyberg, your questions were answered this morning.
Yeah, and I apologize to administration. I seen that my one request was the same as Mr. Gender's, and it was just a late night deal. I had a little bit of trouble downloading originally, and then when I did finally get it done, I was just following through. So.
Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, can someone? Counselor Nixon. All in favor? Counselor fee sheets, page 149. Counselor Nixon.
Just to note to administration to adjust my sheet because I was unable to attend the crime or Gotha open house, which I claimed for, so if you could make that change for, deduct that from next month, please.
Any other questions or concerns? Counselor Needs?
I was gonna move it.
All in favor? Carried. Counselor Needs? Okay, counselor committee reports. There is the 3 additions there also. That would be part of our addition package. Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the update on the your report on the Board of Trade. Are we going to be sending someone regularly to the Board of Trade now? It's not something that we've done in the past.
If council looks at the fact that, like we did talk about, if we want to look at the fact that we have a listing of lands, but it's going to be pretty difficult to come up with a listing of lands, so we have to have a discussion on that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if are we going to be sending somebody to the Board of Trade meetings for economic development? And the only reason I ask is because I have taken some courses in the past, and so I have some background with it, and I was on that committee in the past, and if we're going to make that decision as council to bring that committee back, I think we should make that decision and who sits on it. I'm fine with you going as our representative to do some exploratory work, but if we're going to on a go-forward basis, we should have that discussion to say if it is the will of council to go back to the Economic Development Association's.
It's like, to me, James, one of their problems, if they book meetings, they have to be, they book and then people don't show up, and I got back to them that I couldn't attend, that nobody could attend the next meeting because it was on a Wednesday, as we've stated many times. There was no meeting. So, but it wasn't a cancellation sent out or anything, so there's gotta, if we're going to attend anybody, we have to tighten up on that.
And we found that in the past, just that there was, we didn't find the return on investment. We said that if there was something that the town came to us as a special project, we would look at doing some funding. And I know, like I said, in the past, I've gone to some EDA meetings and conferences in the past, took a couple of courses, but as a council at that time, and that's got to be, thinking, Wayne, 5 years ago? It might have been on my first term that I went to that. Yeah, and it's just the determination. I
wanted to ask, put something into our MPC agenda just to ask if we felt that it was worth the county to try and find any development.
We did do a survey of available lands, and I can't remember when that was done. You could check with Jacinta, but Johan would have been the one that spearheaded that, because we always ran our economic development through the MPC. And so the problem is times change so quickly, right? The one thing that we could be definitely doing with that is giving them the information on the lands that the county personally has, like Gotha and Erskine. And,
as I said, I wanted to bring that to MPC so we can have that discussion, then we'd have to bring it to council after that.
Add to that, I think the thing that the county could probably more practically provide is mapping of our infrastructure. That always seems to be the question: where can I get a big supply of water? Where can I get 3-phase power? What serviced roads are there around? Because in county, any bare quarter could be developable depending on what the price is, right? So it's a little different in town where you're looking at land that's literally available to be developed. It's still bare, or it can be redeveloped.
So one of the issues that came up just north on Highway 56, on the west side, not on the east side, there was some land that was available, but it basically has become a dead zone because the provincial government has put a moratorium on any builds on it for relining Highway 56 through the town of Stettler. It's stuff like that that has to be noted, because Joe Q, the developer comes in and says, that's where I want to be, is right on the Tower Road, and, whoa, wait a minute, you can't do that, because we're putting a highway down there 35 years from now.
The frustrating part, I guess, of that conversation was hearing issues with Alberta Transportation and what the town has trying to redirect roads, traffic lights. They even willing to put the money up for the lights, but they can't get approval to put the lights up. So
crosswalk.
It's very similar, yeah.
Waiting for funding. But one of the other issues, it seems to be, some of the calls we get about development are the water, the rail line, and the highway. But the way our rail lines work in this county is that we have a private line that goes to, basically starts at John Deere and the rest of CP. So if you're looking to do major shipping, you've got to cut 2 deals and move extensive freight through the town of Stettler. So it gets complicated.
The only thing that I will say from experience is the private guy here is phenomenal to deal with. He will literally move trains to get things working for you.
But the other issue is that the rail that goes through the town of Stettler is heavy rail. The rail that goes north and south is light rail, and is only licensed to take certain loads.
One other piece of that, there was a housing assessment course, which Betty and Lorraine was at. It was a room full. There has been no minutes, nothing generated. I did send out that request for people to fill out that survey if they would wanted to take the time.
I think that the town did get some of that back at FCSS. They talked about.
Because I talked with Stacy yesterday, and she said there'd been nothing back on it yet, that they were still working on the assessment. So I don't know. Maybe the town got something. Yeah.
But Leanne Graham had sent something out. We'd actually seen what there was some information back on it.
On that whole.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so
coming up.
We'll bring to the MPC and then carry it through there. Any other questions on any of the committee reports? Councilor Gender?
On your Battle River, there's a JTS Agricultural from they did a demonstration online. Yeah. What type of feedback compared to what we've heard?
What's that? The same type of thing.
Demonstration of the line trial.
He wanted to have a lime trial, and they're thinking about it. He's been doing it on his own, and it's quite a distance for us to go where he lives, so I don't think we're going to consider it, but he might. We're going to bring it up the next meeting. He's going to bring us a little more information on it and what is in it, if there's any toxins in it, any stuff like that, and we might do a small plot in it. But the applying it and stuff, what's that? What did you want to know?
Had he done some already on his own?
He's done some on his own, yes. We have an agronomist that sits on the, how do you put this? We have an agronomist that sits on the board, and he thought that the guy, the JB, whatever it is, he said it improved his yields 30% and government testing and the testing that's been done on the guy that's agronomist. He couldn't see where it made a difference. So that's why we're going to do more tests on it, see what's like. But we want to get a clean bill of health on what's in it first before we take it and have our staff working with it and stuff. That's the deal.
And comment then on the Stettler Housing Authority report. I think it was good to include the vacancies of the senior lodges, and I just got thinking that might be a good tidbit of information that could be included in County Connection at some point, because the connection goes so far beyond our county, because landowners own land in the county, but so obviously they have a connection here, but they live somewhere else. And but anyways, if they were aware of that, they might think, well, my mother or dad might move here, because we will get there eventually too, or something like that, just to spread the word for them.
A lot of the people don't realize that we can't afford that, because it's going to be, the rumors out there that it's $3,000 a month for this job. You can go in there, and they'll leave you with $25 a month? $315 rule. It used to be $2 something, now it's $315. And it doesn't matter, they take you know what I mean? You live there, it's nice, you got, actually, some people should go there earlier.
Just a caution on that, that is all dependent on your
Income.
income.
You can make up to $28,000 a year though, so. I don't know, it's quite a wide, some people think they're just gonna take all their savings, and it's gonna be gone when they go in there.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could talk a little bit to that too, one of the things that we've done in the past, because our funding to senior housing has been over the years continuously added to and downloaded. We have never been ever responsible for senior housing, but we spend $580,000 on senior housing requisition. For somebody that's not responsible for senior housing, we spend a lot of money on senior housing. That being said, we've never actually advertised to people outside our taxable residence community, but we're seeing that we may have to just do that and still give preference to our seniors that are in our community first. But the vacancies do hurt us because we still have to keep the power on, the gas on. If it's spread over 100 rooms versus 98 rooms, it's just sheer cheaper to have them full.
A lot of the lodges that are surrounding us, Castor's one of them, their rate is high, their vacancy rate is way higher.
Yeah, we're talking marketing to the cities. We got a beautiful community here. We just got to let everybody know we do.
But we still want to make room for the people that want to go in there, that are born and raised here, or are residents.
Any other committee report questions or comments?
I'll move them.
Yes.
One note, just under the BLMT report, but councillor needs to have a discussion about storage on public land for boat lifts and docks. I think we wanted to have that discussion at this point.
I know, talking to Jacinta, she was trying to get a meeting set up with Bob Shorten to have him come in and discuss the ideas too. So she's still working on that too. Council can have that discussion. He just wants to know with when they're looking at making a mooring policy, how do you treat everyone equal when everyone lives on different, topography? Some live on the sand, some live on cliffs. How are we, like, as a county of Stettler, are we able to get all the docks and the boat lifts off in a safe place? Or do we have MR that we can store them on, and where do we store it on? All those questions out there. So I know she's trying to set up a meeting to discuss. That was one of the areas to discuss with them.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that is an MPC that'll be brought to MPC. Okay. Yeah.
Councilor Grover got a motion to move. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items, 12.1. Do we need to go through these individually or as a?
12.5 needs some direction.
Okay, we will go through them separately though. We've got Clean Farms, I guess we can do the first two. There's a Q4 report and collection sites. Everybody go through them? Any questions for?
Those, I sent those to ASB as well, so you see them again there.
Municipal affairs, development processes. Questions on that? .4 Alberta Transportation Highway 855. Councilor Silver? I was waiting for you.
Well, we did get the Dear John letter that they did not have money in a capital budget for 855 this year, but I think our council had decided at a previous meeting we would write them again and ask them to consider it in the 2021 budget then. And I think you probably signed that letter. So that's the latest on that one.
Mr. Chairman, is there an update about the signage?
Looking at it.
What are you doing, audit it or something?
Been a little busy, but it has been on our mind, and we are looking at pricing them out.
I think you're sign guy doesn't have anything to do in the winter other than put up stop signs.
I have them in here ripping apart walls and putting up
Oh,
drywall.
sure, give him another job, I see.
Highway 12 is gonna be in dire need of an upgrade too. Have you-
From Erskine to Stettler is beautiful.
Another way, you get a couple of speed bumps and it just
How
goes.
was your guys' drive to Rocky? Oh, what a road that is.
Yeah, a couple bumps in there.
There's a lot of infrastructure that's in tough.
Well, it's nothing for years.
Oh, no, Sheree and I are just,
You guys are in the special area. Okay, 12.5, Natago CRTC funding, page 172.
Speak to this a bit. So Netigo is a provider based out of Hannah. It sounds like they're looking similarly for support in explaining to the CRTC what kind of benefits increased broadband in our area would create. Xplornet's reached out similarly and set up a meeting with Councillor Nyberg and myself per council's direction back in December, I think. December or January, anyway, and so it looks like Netigo's looking to chase some of the same grants. Netigo's been a provider in our community for quite a number of years now, as I mentioned, based out of Hannah, but they do actually currently service quite a large area of Stettler County.
so Mr. Chairman, in an effort not to pick winners and losers in this particular situation, I would like to wait till after we have that meeting, find out what Xplornet wants, and I'm thinking it's going to be the same thing, that they would like to have that letter of support, and at which time we could maybe do one for anybody that comes along, and at that point send that letters. Yeah, so if you keep that in the notes, and then
Yeah, I would suspect whatever we write will be a general letter, not supporting a particular industry, but one just supporting increased broadband in our neighborhood. That way we can lay the line nicely.
Well, we can pick a winner. We won't have to pick one, but we can pick a winner.
Okay, 12.6, Minister's Award for Excellence. Was there any names that people felt to bring forward, or?
We've always discussed bringing forward Shirley McCall because of the amount of municipalities that participate, and it is one of the largest water service commissions in North America, but we just don't have time to put it together.
When is this open till? 31st.
Yeah, maybe if we get
It a little more built out, it might be good.
12.7, Municipal Affairs, Village of Gatsby dissolution, it's additions 11.
basically, the letters we received from municipal affairs, plus the actual order.
So that was it for our consent agenda items. Any other questions on them?
I move that those items be received for information.
All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chairman, and I'm looking at this, we only have 15 minutes. Do we want to break? Because our next one is at 1:30, and then we could go into camera when we come back, or what's your feelings? What's that? So we
We could break now and then maybe be back at quarter to.
and then go into camera, and then that would give us 45. I'm not sure how much in-camera stuff we're actually going to have.
Yeah, if we'll break now then, and if that's fine with everybody. And be back at quarter to 1.
If everybody's in agreement
So that? Yeah. Okay. All in favor?
That's what you always wonder.
Yeah.
I can holler. Don't holler that loud. Okay. Do we need introductions? Neil Brown. Neil Brown. Hey? This is who she is. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Any gender? Good afternoon, Neil.
Srini.
Andrew. Do I have, can I talk? You've got, yeah, you can talk to us and stuff.
I think we'll just have the microphones used, because it's all recorded, and it sometimes.
You gotta turn them on. Yeah, it's like me. Well, I don't know if you want to hear it. I've never been here before, but when you change a stop sign, a yield sign to stop in that roads.
Just south of our place. I don't think it's right. The first thing I did was phone your police officer, your officer. He treated me like I didn't know what I was doing. I've lived there for over 50 years. I think I know what's going on in our country and our roadsides. Right now, today I come through that intersection. If I come through there with our Super B grain trailer or anything, I could not get going fast enough if there's somebody coming from the east. They would hit me because that corner's icy. They come over that hill. If you got a yield sign, at least I can keep going. I got some momentum going. If you don't want to put the yield signs back up, which I think they should be, make it a four-way stop so they have to stop too. That's all I'm really asking. And when I phone your RCMP or your whatever he is, I would hope you treat people with respect, because I've been here a hell of a lot longer than you. And that's really all I have to say. Hey, you guys want to ask me any more questions? Or?
Councilor Jenner?
It's like I lived in that area for about 25 years, Neil, so it was one that actually back in the day, in the late 70s, I was on the road crew and I built that road going north and south there.
Yeah, I remember you doing it.
Anyway, like I look at the way that intersection there is now. You've got the Buffalo Lake Road to the east. There's a stop sign there. When you come from the east and then you get that little hole there, there's quite a little knoll. And it's quite, I'll say, a deadly part in there. Coming from the west, there's a T a mile west, so it's non-through. You come from the west going east. It is a fairly open intersection there. You have to kind of watch. There's some trees in there. But personally, like what I find, when you go 2 miles south, there's a yield on the north-south.
Right.
But that one, it's a very open intersection. You can see for half a mile back any wood around there. So that one is very much open. I can see like when you're driving truck, in order to keep your momentum up on there. Personally, I find like with that one there should be a stop sign from the east going towards the intersection and maybe a yield from the west. I'm not in favor of the stop signs that are placed on the north-south road. Because like you can see the distances as you're coming north-south from that one, other than if you go by Sheriff's, it's a little bit blinded from there. But coming from the north going south, it is very open for you to both see there. It means that you mentioned, okay, when you come in from the north, and yes, if you come to a stop sign, you stop. The person comes from the east, yeah, I don't know if there's a yield sign there now.
Nothing there.
But as soon as you come up over that hill, and if there's no discretion on saying whether to slow down, that there could be a dangerous intersection there, they're going to ram your side. So no, I do not believe in the signs from what there is placed there now.
I was just gonna say our peace officers respond to, concerns and complaints, so that's why they went out there. They had concerns out there about potential accidents and watching speed of drivers. So they went out there, they're asked to assess the area, and they were out there for a while to see which was best and what the sightlines were. And so they made that determination that that would be the best thing to do for the safety of people. They weren't trying to, stop and hinder things, but they're just trying to do the things for the people that they felt was best. So.
Councilor Nyberg?
I'm very familiar with this intersection as well, with Mr. Gender speaks of. We do have a road study that we put forward, and we do have the norm that is out there. But I do agree with Mr. Brown in this case. That hill is where the issue is. If you come over, if you're doing a regular speed over that hill, and I've driven that intersection a couple hundred times probably going north or whatever.
It's me.
But if somebody is coming from the east and they crest the hill at, even if they're doing 70 kilometers, which isn't the posted speed, or you could do 80, you'd have a hard time stopping. I agree with you. If you're stuck in that intersection, you're probably going to get T-boned. In this particular case, I don't like necessarily going against what is put out there through the road study and through the officer's assessment. But in this one, it's either has to be, even if you did put a four-way stop in place, unfortunately, coming over that crest of that hill, stop sign might be there, but I'm not so sure you're going to be able to stop. We would have to cut the speed cresting that hill so that somebody isn't doing 70 or 80 kilometers to make sure that they could actually stop. You can put the sign up, but it ain't going to stop anybody. They're still going to probably come through. So
makes it equal for everybody, though.
It does, but unfortunately, that stop sign isn't going. It doesn't give them better braking power or give them better stopping power,
Other than having a stop ahead. Stop sign ahead.
Exactly, right? But yeah, no. So, there definitely has to be something different done here. I'm not sure what the original request was when we brought it through. It never made sense to me, but that's why I said, it's not a big deal to me. Let the road study make the decision and determination by our peace officers on a safety issue. But bringing that up, it makes sense to me what you're saying about the B train going through there.
Like last year, one day we went through there with 120 loads of silage. That's 240 stops we got to make. Costs a lot of money.
That's a different argument, though. I have to stop every time I go into Highway 12, Neil.
I know, but that's the way. If you put your yield signs back up and let's go. Why can't you put yield signs all four ways?
Back to administration.
Yield to whoever's in. I don't know if that works. I don't think.
No, either.
I don't think it does, because who do you yield to then, right?
Hey, Councilor Nixon.
I was thinking about the other thing, which I didn't have an answer for. Now I don't remember what I was going to ask for sure, but, if it was, would a yield sign work? Would people slow up enough with the yield sign that they could stop if somebody was coming, just suppose?
Well, we had yield signs before, north and south. People.
I don't remember what the original, somebody must have made a complaint about it, that maybe get a close call or something, or I expect, because otherwise.
I don't know.
That's normally what we do. If there's a complaint, then we act on it. If there's not, well, we just assume everything is working good, so. But
I do know one person that did complain. She grew up in the area. It's been a bad corner all her life. God, can't we take some responsibilities for our actions and slow down maybe, even if there isn't a sign there for her.
So I guess one option would be to sign it from both ways. Dangerous intersection or truck turning or something like that, so.
Just have Rick go out there and knock that hill down. It's only money.
Councilor Gender.
I guess if you put up all four yields, it's back to the old rule of having no yields. Everyone yields to the right anyway. But I would suggest, like on the east side, put a stop sign and also put a stop ahead sign well back of the hill, showing okay that there is going to be a stop sign placed in there.
Yeah, that's fine. It takes the responsibility off the north-south people, at least. It's quite so bad. Right? Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it in your hands. I got grain.
thank you for coming in.
Man,
We'll have administration.
you're greater guys. You know, we sure miss our old Bill out there. It's a different subject. You know what you guys should do is get him to come and train your new guys. Hey?
That's been.
You should put up with him and let him train him because he was the best. And I think you got 3 guys doing what he was doing by himself now.
I think by our count, maybe not, but thank you for your.
See ya, thanks.
Is this our full delegation, or are you the 2 gentlemen coming from Gadsby? Okay, if, Andrew, were you going to open this you said Andrew would open this conversation?
Yeah, Andrew will do a little lead up and then we'll let Clint.
Yeah, just into the next delegation.
Yes, the next delegation, yeah, they're here, so we must start. We'll do introductions, starting with Marlene.
Ernie Gender, good afternoon.
Ray Needs.
Larry Clark.
Dave Grover, Big Valley's Councilor.
In Nixon to Nelda Red Willow.
Les Dilberg, Weimar NDang.
James Nyberg, Councilor for Erskine South and Warden.
Christensen Communications.
Municipal Services.
Matt Cassidy, CAF.
Assistant manager, inspector services, and deputy director.
And you folks, or
John Stoll, business president. Mike Stoll.
John and Mike?
So as I understand, this is an issue concerning a ticket or 2 violation tickets that were issued to the Gadsby Hutterite colony as a result of a burn that was unattended by a person. Conditions on our under the Fire and Prairie Forest Protection Act require that an adult be present at all times with the permit until the fire is extinguished. In doing patrols, Officer Symes had noted there were quite a few burn piles going with no supervision, and proceeded to contact the permit holder, and they confirmed that they weren't on the site, and so violation tickets were issued as a result. We do have copies of all that information in your package, as well as our fire permit bylaw. That one actually hasn't been touched since 2003, 2004. I know we've had a lot of questions come back to council lately on the fire permit bylaw and fire permits in general. I thought perhaps having the full text ahead of you may give direction if there was direction to be changed within that bylaw. And from that, I would probably let Symes take it away.
Organize myself better. Yeah, I printed off some copies for myself as well. It's the signage request. Okay, here we go. Okay, as for why I was in the area in the first place, we were coming back from Big Valley. Lee Hardman was even with me on that day. We noticed a large column of smoke coming to the north of the one township road that we were on, so we figured we had some extra time to kill. We'd go and investigate, make sure they had their permits and make sure everything was in order. Over the course of the past year here, we've done a number of spot checks on people just to make sure that they were abiding by the permits, that they basically aren't burning prohibited materials. We've been working pretty closely with Mark Denny, the regional fire chief here, and he's all in favor of us making sure people are actually following the rules. So far, like I said, we've checked between 15 and 20 different types of individuals. We've checked on farmers, oil and gas, everyone in the county basically, just to make sure everyone is following the rules and following their permits. And 99% of people actually are. They are on site, they have their permit, they have their materials close by for if the fire was to get out of control, then they could swiftly deal with it. So on this date and time, we were patrolling the area and we did notice the large column of smoke. We figured we'd come and investigate, make sure they do have a permit in place, make sure everything was squared away. When we arrived on site at northeast by 10 by 37 by 18 west of the 4th, we noticed that there was between 50 and 20 large brush piles that were on fire, and no one seemed to be around. There was no materials, there was nothing. It was just a large burn with no one around. So upon seeing that, we did a double check just to make sure they did have a fire permit. We were able to verify they did, and proceeded to call the person that was designated on it to see if they just happened to be on the land and we didn't see them, or what exactly was going on here. So at that point in time, we did get an answer, and they said that they had headed back for lunch. And at this point in time, we were there between 45, 50 minutes. So it was quite a large amount of time that someone wasn't there. There were no materials or anything on site. I then also asked them what their measures were in case the fire did get out of control. They did confirm they had their fire truck, but it was back at their hall, or back at their colony, sorry. Just to double check and make sure that was good with the fire department, I called Mark just to make sure and see if that was good enough for him as well. He said things need to actually be there, being 15, 20 minutes down the road. It's too late by the time that they would get there. If something did get out of control, it could potentially be a disaster case scenario. So at that point in time, no one was around. I couldn't obviously issue tickets because no one was there. So we proceeded to head back, and I issued them in the mail as per the peace officer policy manual.
One thing I will point out as well that I forgot to mention, the violation tickets that were written under the provincial statute, the Forest and Prairie Protection Act, and its associated regulations, not under our bylaw. So that means the Crown prosecutors do handle it, and we only see a portion of the fines back. The Forest and Prairie Protection Act is under our designation as an authorized employer, and as well as under our authorizations for our community peace officers.
Councilor Never?
So a couple of comments. I personally think that these are two chicken shit tickets. That's my personal opinion on that. Have you in the past had any problem with the Gadsby Hutterite colony with their birds?
Nope.
Okay. Number two, I'm not sure how you mailed that letter out. It says May 28th of 2019.
That was an error that was made on there. That slipped past me.
Is that correct? You would say that? Okay. The second on this, on our burn permit, nowhere does it state on the front of the page that you're supposed to have your burn permit with you 24 hours a day or posted. Third, we as a county do not implement this ourselves. We have burns that we do not keep people with, and we do not keep that there. So have you checked the county, the Public Works Department, on their burns? No. That's all I have to say on that.
Hey, Mike or John, do you want to come up and talk where Clint was out there? Just come up and talk.
Just come up and talk to Mike.
Yes. Everybody can hear you.
It's good.
Hey, Mike.
Want me to say how we did it, or?
Yeah, you can just say what you'd like to tell us.
See what your thoughts are.
Yeah. Why do we wait until there was snow on the ground before? Well, everybody knows this fall was snow off and on. That time we haven't had finished harvest, so we waited for another snow to come. That's what we did, and we put it on fire and stayed there till 11, whatever, and figured I'll go home and get a sandwich to eat. And in the meantime, nobody phoned me, and I said, I'm just on my way coming back there. And he asked me why I wasn't there, and that's what I told him. And he asked me, "Where's your water?" That kind of just we're going to freeze up anyway, even if we have it there. And was that cold that water freeze? So that's all really I have to say. We were there watching it then. Stayed there for overnight.
You did have somebody stay there overnight, Mike?
Yeah, we had stayed.
What, how far is it from your colony where you were burning there?
Seven miles or 8 miles, I would suggest. I don't know, we can look up the right number, but in that area.
Okay, just roughly. Okay, Councilor Gender?
In 2013, Brother Joe had a fire over at his own yard. And in the course of there, I'd say at least 50 to 60% of his buildings burned. I believe the first people that were on site was the Erskine Colony. So I find that there's got to be some sort of discretion in here of where do you really draw the line on it. Our CPOs also have the ability to fine anyone that speeds on any roads up under 90 clicks. So with those, it is also at the discretion of our CPOs to be able to lay fines whenever they feel fit. I find that if we put a fine like this, the Gadsby colony in time, like with them being able to have a means of fighting fires, and if you get slapped on the wrist like this, if this is the way that you're going to be treated as members of our municipality, you could end up turning the back on the rest of our municipality when we are going to be in dire needs. So like I do have to say, like with Mr. Nyberg, that this is something that could have been used with a little bit of discretion. I'm not going to tell the CPOs or administration how to do it, but this is something that we could have maybe learned, okay, there's leniency on putting out some fines and working with our neighboring people within our municipality.
Councilor Grover?
This said the fence happened in 110? Is that what this is, or is this when they show up with tickets?
At 110, we first showed up, and by 2 o'clock, 2 to 2:10, we left the area, and there was no one around. And I should also clarify, I don't just go out and write tickets to every single person. We do have a large amount. We give out a lot of warnings. And in this one case, I decided it was egregious enough that it did warrant a ticket on the first offense. Because there were a large amount of piles on fire, and they were unattended. It wasn't just a small burn, like someone having a campfire getting rid of a pile of straw. There were several large groups of trees that had been felled and piled and were on fire. And like I said, I've been around everywhere else, and even over lunch, I've had people that were there and attending them. And in this case, like I said, I thought it was egregious enough that it didn't warrant a ticket on the first offense.
Mike, there was snow on the ground?
There was snow on the ground.
Was that their water tanker that you have with full of water sitting in the shop? 7 minutes
truck.
away from there, right?
So there's a fire truck.
It's a fire truck, right?
But we do have pictures there, Councilor Grover, just ahead of us.
See that?
Not lost.
You blew it up, man.
I lost them.
No. Councilor Stolberg?
I was just gonna ask, can you flip it to some of the other pictures where, like this front couple fires aren't on fire? Can you flip it to some of the pictures we just seen?
Yeah, I can scroll through again.
And then I had, I think, a question for Mr. Stahl.
Only one picture.
No, there's a few. It was just giving me
Yeah,
choice.
in those pictures, what is that field? Is that a cultivated
Yeah, it's broken up. It's broken during the summer.
Like, breaking.
Well, it was, yeah, it was all broken up a couple of times.
Any other questions? Councilor Silver?
Just a comment, really, and I understand that this would qualify for a fine because there are some rules that not being met. But I think we need to maybe, I don't know, just have a little bit of agriculture understanding into this too. Like when they're surrounded by cultivated soil with an 8-kilometer wind, I think they're quite safe. So even though it's breaking a rule, I think you gotta look at public safety, and maybe that would be a case where you could give a warning. But, you know, it's just.
Councilor Meats?
Maybe this is something that we can look at a bylaw, because I believe our peace officer was going by the rules which we have, and that's the way he goes by it. Maybe we can look at the bylaws and see what we could add to it. But I do believe there should have been, still under these conditions, there probably should have still been somebody out there watching it, just to make sure.
Personal experience, I've seen a brush pile, generally they take about 3 days to burn down before you can repile them properly. But I'm not really sure on this instance here, like whether the ticket was issued on a provincial fire, like you have to watch them, or whether it's a bylaw within the county. And if it is within the county, this is something that I believe that we've got from here, that we should maybe be sitting down and re-looking at this to find out what is a requirement, but also put it in the stipulations whether it's going to be worked up. In this one here, you probably started working right away in the springtime, so it's been worked over probably 3-4 times, so it should be fairly black. There should be some more regulations saying so that our CPOs, when they go out, they can maybe make judgments on this to say like whether it is safe or not, and not just going strictly by like this is the raw law and going from there.
Question to Clint, is this through our bylaw, or is the forestry also say, is that the same rules with it?
Forest, problem with Forest Bird Protection Act, there's the act and a number of some sub-regulations. In this case, in the regulation, it lays out specifically what is required, and that's actually exactly what our permit follows. So for every section on the permit, basically, there's a section in the regulation or act where it says what is required. So being in attendance, having the permit on hand, all of that is legislated by the province for what is required in the permit.
Yeah, I can show a little bit on that. Specifically, the being in attendance at the fire, that's under the regulation, forest protection regulation. And that is, so unless otherwise authorized by a forest officer or fire guardian, a person has to be in attendance. So the bylaw could stipulate that the conditions of our permits would allow under what circumstances a person wouldn't have to be in supervising, but we've never had such a condition or such an exception to the supervisory requirement of that regulation. You do have the authority to make that happen. We've just never done it that way. The rule has always been you have to have somebody supervising.
Any other questions? We have enough that we need to have a discussion and discuss with administration. Yeah, and possibly look if we should be reviewing our bylaw.
I think we already have a review on that bylaw because of a previous incident.
Well, I thank you folks for coming in, and if there's any other questions, somebody be in contact with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys, for all your words.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, where do you go from here? You let us know, or?
Yeah, we'll let you.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I think where it stipulates you still have 2 tickets that have to be appeared in court. So I think you're still on that, just so that there's no miscommunication there.
They are Alberta tickets too, like it's, yeah.
Not to appear, but they either have the choice whether to pay
Yeah, there's still 2 tickets pending. Whatever they asked to do on them. Mr. Chairman, I guess we can go back into camera?
Yes, all in favor?